Good morning, everyone. I'm Tony Whitehurst, welcoming you back to the USTA Boys 14s Level 1 National. We are on clay. If you have a tournament in July, especially in the South, you're going to have heat, and it's hot. So what we want to do today is bring in this wonderful lady here. She's the best friend of anyone in the tournament. This is Miss Raina McAllister, and she's the head trainer here. And Raina, we've been talking about heat and hydration since the tournament started, and yesterday was a rough day. Let's re-emphasize hydration.
Absolutely, Tony. It was rough. So, what we want to see when kids go on court, we want to see a dry towel. The reason for a dry towel is you're producing tons of sweat. We need you to wipe off, just dry off, so that you can sweat some more. It's going to help cool you down. And a dry shirt, if your shirt gets too wet with sweat, it's going to just help trap heat in. We want the heat from your body to be able to escape, so dry off, as well as keep a wet towel in your cooler. So this is kind of how I tell the kids, drink your water, and I use Gatorade because everybody knows Gatorade. I just use that, so electrolytes. So your water, Gatorade, get your wet towel out of your cooler, put it around your neck. Dry your arms off, dry your legs off, take your wet towel off your neck, put it back in your cooler, drink your water, drink your Gatorade, get the wet towel back out of the cooler, drape it over your legs. We're trying to help bring body temperature back down, your core body temperature back down. So when you can start getting into heat exhaustion if you're not wiping sweat, because you got to breathe. And it's kind of like you're going to boil inside. You know what I mean? It's just really hot internally, and that heat's going somewhere.
Yeah, and as we can gladly, say we've done well with trying to make sure the kids are okay,
Yes.
but we did have a few situations where they need to make sure they're good.
Absolutely, and that's one way to help, but you have to keep water, electrolytes on court, dry shirt, dry towel, wet, cold towel, and hydrate.
But it's not too just for the players, the parents, the officials. Everyone needs to hydrate.
Everybody, water and electrolytes. If you're going to be in the sun, you have to hydrate.
And talk about what are you seeing mostly out there?
Cramping and heat issues. Last year we didn't have all of the heat issues that we're having now, to the point because we had so many rain delays, which allowed the kids to come off court. Then when they got back, it's almost like they were getting a fresh start.
Sure.
So they're fresh, they're dry. So we've only had one rain delay, which was Sunday. So we didn't have all the heat issue on Sunday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was quite brutal. We had no rain delays, which we were glad of because we've been able to stay on time.
But with that comes the heat.
But with that comes the heat, the dry courts. You can't water enough. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and Raina here, she's a player's best friend. I read about a week ago, it was the hottest week ever recorded on Earth. So I tell you, the heat is real, it's serious, and as Raina, myself, and everyone else needs to know that you need to hydrate, and when you get tired of hydrating, rehydrate some more.
Rehydrate some more. You can never hydrate enough.
All right, thank you, Raina, for joining us. We'll have tennis coming up, live tennis coming up for you, but we want to make sure that the kids are safe. Back in a minute. seen him this morning? Yeah, he's here. Okay.
Gentlemen, 3 minutes. Gentlemen, 2 minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this round of 16 boys singles match will be best of 3 tie-break sets. To the chair's right, from University Park, Maryland, Nicholas Pedraza. His opponent to my left, from Carmel, Indiana, Colin McPeak. Pedraza won the coin toss, and he elected to serve. Gentlemen, time. Mr. McPeak, I made you the home team, green, right? If you can do that for me, thank you. We just keep it like this so they see it on the camera, okay? And Mr. Pedraza, you're going to be yellow, right? Pedraza to serve. Play.
Welcome back to the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. Starting the morning off on center court, Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland against Colin McPeak from Indiana. McPeak is in the blue. No, McPeak, I'm sorry, is in the reddish type shirt, and Pedraza is in the blue. Pedraza has started us off. This is a main draw match, and the rules are best 2 of 3 tie-break sets, regular scoring. So we're playing full sets. This is the main draw. It's a round of 16 match, so we're moving right along in the tournament. But these are some of your top players.
$15-all.
Big inside out forehand by Pedraza. 15-all.
$30-15.
Bad luck there for McPeak. Ball catches the top of the tape and goes wide. 30-15 for Pedraza. You can tell right away that these guys are highly skilled. They have big forehands, which is that along with the serve are the two biggest weapons in the game of tennis these days. So they have a lot of experience. They step into the ball, which means they're creating pace. And at this level, that's how you win.
40-15.
Another miss for McPeak goes wide. 2 game points for Pedraza in the blue. He's serving. Forehand by
Pedraza.
McPeak flies over the baseline. First game
First game.
to Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Earlier when I opened the show, I had Miss Raina McAllister on talking about hydration and the heat that no doubt will come today. So it's very important for the players, the parents, the officials, for everyone to stay hydrated, because it doesn't take much to slip down that slope of hydration, and then you're in trouble. We had some players yesterday that really needed some intense care from the trainers.
McPeak to serve.
And what you simply want to do is be proactive. When you come to a tournament like this, you probably should be hydrating about a month before you get here every single day and hitting it hard. It helps you to get through the tournament. McPeak to serve. He's down 0-1. Second serve.
Love 15.
Backhand by McPeak flies over the baseline. He has a one-handed backhand, which is sort of making a comeback in the game of tennis. For the longest, the game was dominated by two-handed backhand players. You would obviously see a Roger Federer who had a beautiful backhand. There were a few there, but you're starting to see a few more one-handed backhands. Down the line forehand
Love
by
30.
Pedraza hits the spot. He's quickly up love 30 on McPeak's service game. Let's serve. We'll
Second
replay it
serve.
again. Second serve. Big forehand by McPeak.
15-30.
Takes Pedraza cross court. His forehand reply goes wide. 15-30. Pedraza is still behind in this game. He wants to try to finish this one up. When you're starting out early in a set or in a match, you don't want to fall behind quickly. That adds additional stress and pressure, and they're under enough pressure out here as it is. 15-30. Big serve out wide.
30 all.
Then McPeak comes in around the service line for a swinging volley winner. Beautiful shot. 30 all.
Yeah.
Big inside out. Forehand by Pedraza goes wide. 40-30.
40-30.
Game point for McPeak. Forehand over the baseline
McPeak.
by Pedraza.
One
We're tied
game
at
all,
1
first
all.
set.
An important game for McPeak to rally. When you're able to come back after being behind on your first, or in your first service game, it has a tendency to relax you a little bit. You become a little more at ease, a little more comfortable with your swing.
$15 left.
Backhand down the line by McPeak, catches the tape. 15 love for Pedraza. Forehand over the baseline by McPeak. 30 love for Pedraza. Forehand down the line by McPeak, goes wide. The ball bounced off the service line and service box line and jumped up on him. He had it lined up, but welcome to clay. Forehand by
40-15.
Pedraza. Flies over the baseline. He's still up 40-15. A couple of game points to go up 2-1 if he can cash it in. Beautiful drop shot by Pedraza.
Game Pedraza.
Helps him to claim the
Pedraza
game.
leads 2-1.
He's up 2-1 in the first set. We'll be back in a minute with more action.
Thank you. Time. $15 left.
Back here at the Westgate Tennis Center, Colin McPeak is serving. He's down 1-2. Just hit a big forehand that Pedraza could not handle. 15 love. Very competitive set already. Players have big forehands, so they're able to dictate once they get an advantage. We've seen that on several occasions so far. Backhand into the net by Pedraza. Gives
30 love.
Gives McPeak a 30 love lead here in his second service game. Backhand again by
40
Pedraza
love.
goes wide. 40 love for Colin McPeak from Indiana. He's definitely trying to step inside the baseline whenever he can and dictate with his forehand. So far he's been successful. Even though we're even, that seems to be the trend so far. He's 1 point away from tying the second set up at 2-all. Backhand by McPeak flies over the baseline. Still up 40-15. A couple of game points to even this up. Forehand by
30.
McPeak flies wide. He stopped moving his feet as he made contact with the ball too soon, which caused the ball to fly wide, but he still has one more game point to bring us to 2-all. Game.
McPeak.
McPeak. 2 games all.
2 games all, first set.
Very good rally by both players. About a 10-ball rally. In the end, Pedraza's ball, which was short, was taken advantage of by McPeak. Coming into the net, he was able to put away a forehand cross-court winner. We're at 2-all.
Love 15.
Double fault by Pedraza. Love 15. Two games all here in the first set. We're at the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony
15
Whitehurst.
all.
It's the boys USTA 14s Level 1 National. We're on clay here at Westgate. It's been a great week. It's been hot. But we've seen some outstanding play from some of the best young players in the world and in this country.
30-15.
30-15 for Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Forehand return over the
40-15.
baseline by McPeak. Nicholas Pedraza now has 2 game points to go up 3 games to 2 here in the first set. Two players who I would probably say are pretty much even when it comes to talent. It's just a matter of who can dictate the most to take advantage of the situation.
40-30.
Aggressive play by McPeak on that particular point. Stepped inside the service line, was very aggressive in the end, was able to put away a cross-court volley. But he's still down game point to Nicholas Pedraza. 40-30.
Deuce.
Backhand by Pedraza flies over the baseline. We're back to deuce. Now we're playing regular scoring, so we could go deuce, add, back to deuce. In doubles, it's no ads, basically meaning when we get to deuce, it's deciding point, next point wins. But this is the main draw of singles,
Yes.
so we're playing it out. Deuce game. Forehand
Advantage
by
Pedraza.
McPeak flies over the baseline. Didn't quite have his footing underneath him. He was almost sliding as he was making contact with the ball. Game point for Pedraza. He's up ad. We're at 2-all here in the first set.
Game Pedraza.
Pedraza gets it. He wins the game. He's up
Pedraza
three
leads
games
3
to
games
2.
to 2.
First set. More action when we come back.
Time.
Back here at the Westgate Tennis Center, we're on center court with Colin McPeak from Indiana playing against Nicholas Pedraza. McPeak is serving right now to even things up here in the first set. He's down 2-3 first serve. Forehand by McPeak flies over the baseline. Love 15.
Love 15.
First service long. Bad play by McPeak. Not sure if the ball bounced off the baseline in a way that he wasn't looking for it to do, but he ended up hitting a short ball inside the service box, and Pedraza was more than happy to take advantage of it with the forehand. McPeak is now down love 30 in his service game, but we're on serve 2-3. Oh, lucky break there for McPeak. Beautiful lob by Pedraza over the head of McPeak. He went back, recovered, hit the ball down the middle at Pedraza, who was at net. Luckily, the ball caught the top of the tape and bounced by Pedraza. A break that Peak really needed. But he's still down 15-30. Double fault by McPeak. He's not happy about that. He's walking over to his towel now to regroup. That's given Pedraza 2 break points, 15-40. Beautiful approach by McPeak.
30-40.
Putting pressure on Pedraza, who tried to hit a backhanded lob over McPeak, who had closed the net. The ball goes wide. Pedraza still up a break point. 30-40. McPeak can serve it. McPeak is serving.
Deuce.
Oh, bad play by Pedraza. Had a simple backhand return that he was actually inside the baseline on. It catches the net. We're back to deuce. That's one that can cost him. When you have a break point and you've got a short ball in the service box and you're stepping in, you're in a position to dictate. You definitely can't hit it into the net if you want to break serve. We're back to deuce. Serve is called wide.
That's wide.
Great down the line forehand by
Advantage,
McPeak. Close to the baseline, too hot for Pedraza to handle. Pedraza is not happy right now. He's still thinking about the point before when he had a golden opportunity to get a break. But back at deuce. No, actually, it is advantage to McPeak. Sorry about that. Forehand by McPeak floats wide. After a good drop shot by Pedraza to draw him into the net. Had a short ball below the net, had to lift it and get it in, but pushed it wide of the line. We're back at deuce. Backhand down the line by McPeak flies wide,
Pedraza.
giving Pedraza yet another opportunity to get a break this game. Pedraza has definitely had his chances this game to get ahead. He has another one right here.
Yes.
Yet another bad point by Pedraza. Had an easy forehand to rip. He tried for the drop shot. It catches the top of the tape. We're back to deuce. Backhand slice by
Advantage, Pedraza.
McPeak. Flies over the baseline. Seems like no one wants to win this game. Oh, great break there by McPeak. Forehand down the line, catches the tape and drops over, much to the chagrin of Nicholas Pedraza. He's lost yet another opportunity to win this game. We're back at deuce. Forehand down the line by McPeak, flies wide.
Pedraza.
This is about the fifth or sixth chance that Pedraza has had to close this game out, which would put him up 4-2. That would be huge in this first set because you got two really good players, and anytime you can get a break and go up ahead, it pays dividends. Once again, the forehand by Pedraza floats over the baseline. We're back to deuce again. Big forehand down the line by Pedraza.
Advantage, Pedraza.
He finally just stepped in and said, I'm going for it. He went down the line, caught McPeak off guard. Once again, Pedraza has an opportunity to go up 4-2 if he can convert this point. He's had several break points in this game, but has not been able to close as of yet. Let's see what he can do. He has another one. Forehand by McPeak flies wide.
Pedraza leads 4-2.
So Pedraza finally gets his break after numerous break points. It's huge. He goes up 4-2 in the first set. And a long game like that, back and forth, several deuces and adds, can often be the difference in a set like this. Because after you lose a tough game like this, you normally will have a letdown. We'll see if that happens for McPeak. Right now, Pedraza is up 4-2 first set. Great
15.
play by
Goes out.
McPeak. He took the drop shot by Pedraza, approached the net down the middle. Pedraza tried a lob that was just too long. Love 15. Pedraza is serving. Forehand by
Love
Pedraza
30.
goes wide. You have to give McPeak credit. Instead of sulking after losing that long game, he's actually become more aggressive. That's a sign of what he's made of and really good coaching. Because usually after you lose a long game like that, you have a drop off, a fallback. But he's actually stepping up and stepping in. He's up 30 love right now. Make that 40
Love
love.
40.
Pedraza just missed another forehand over the baseline. So McPeak has quickly turned the tables. Triple break point. Second serve.
15-40.
Backhand by Pedraza. Catches the tape. The attempt was cross court, but he still has a couple of break points to get us back on serve if he can convert. He's down 4-2 now to Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Game for McPeak. He comes back. Gets the break back.
Pedraza
Back
leads 4-3.
on serve. Pedraza leads 4-3. We'll recap when we come back.
Gentlemen, time.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. We're in the middle of a round of 16 main draw match here on center court. Right now, Colin McPeak from Indiana has just broken back. And we're back on serve at 3-4. He's going to try to tie things up. Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland had forged ahead at 4-2 after breaking McPeak. Didn't phase McPeak one bit. He became more aggressive, broke back. And now we're at 3-4 in the first set. Great play by
15 left.
McPeak. I love the way he uses his forehand to take his opponent out wide. And when he opens the court, he does an inside-out forehand shot. And then after that, he approaches the net, which is very smart strategy and great coaching. So that's a play, when he's applied it, has worked very well. We'll see if that continues. 15 love, 3-4.
Good serve. Thirty love.
Backhand return catches the net for Pedraza. It's 30 love for McPeak, who was sort of on a mini run after falling behind 4-2, having had his serve broken. But he's rallied, stepped up, stepped in. Now he's up 30 love, it's 3-4, looking to tie it up at 4-all. First serve is deep.
What was out? Yeah, he called it out.
Beautiful play by McPeak. Once again taking Pedraza out wide, opening up the court, hitting a high percentage deep ball, then coming into the net. You can tell he's been trained very well. As a matter of fact, both of the young men have been. I love the strategy of McPeak. It's very precise, very much so constructed. First serve is deep. Great return by
40-15.
Pedraza, goes down the line. It's a slice that stays low. And Peak can't handle it with the forehand, goes wide. Critical point in the set right now. Backhand by Pedraza. Flies over the baseline. We're tied at 4-all again. Pedraza is now attempting to forge ahead. Backhand by McPeak flies over the baseline. 15 love for Pedraza. It's been a back and forth match against two very equally talented, I would say, young men. Backhand down the line by Pedraza is wide.
15-all.
15-all. That was a tough shot to try and hit. The better high percentage shot would have probably been back cross court. It wasn't quite set well enough to go down the line as he did. It cost him. 15-all.
30-15. Yeah. All.
Double fault. Back to 30 all. First serve is deep. Good hands by Pedraza. Caught McPeak going the other way, hit behind him with a sweet drop shot in the box, service box. 1 point away from forging ahead. Great cross court by Pedraza. Gives him the game. Sweet shot. He's now up 5-4 in the first set.
5-4.
More action when we come back.
Time.
Back on center court. Colin McPeak is trying to tie things up, trying to stay in the set. He's down 4-5. Great overhead by McPeak after taking Pedraza out wide and coming in down the line. And the overhead by Pedraza was handled by McPeak. 15 love.
Go ahead and mark that, please.
Overhead by Pedraza.
You call it in or out? What's your call? Out? No, he put his finger up. You good? Yeah, okay.
Overhead by Pedraza. Went wide. The official asked McPeak to circle the mark. I think everybody seems to agree that the ball was wide. How many kids you have here? How many players you have? Oh, okay.
40 love.
40 love for McPeak, trying to tie things up at 5-all. Are you able to do an interview? Are you able to do an interview about technology and where it's going?
I have to go in 5 minutes. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Forehand down the line. It's
40,
called
15.
in. Still 2 game points for McPeak to tie things up at 5-all.
Forty, 30.
Great play by Pedraza. He took a very good down the line shot from McPeak. Hit a lob. McPeak ran back to get it, but Pedraza used his hand skills to create a cross-court volley error by McPeak. McPeak is still up game point 40-30. We had 4-5 in the first set.
Yep.
Forehand by Pedraza's called out by McPeak. The official's getting out of the chair. He's coming over to take a look at the mark. That's Hans, Mr. Hans, the official. He's calling the ball in. He and McPeak are looking at the mark again. The official says it caught part of the line. Not sure McPeak agrees. It's an important point. It was 40-30. So we're back to deuce now. Big forehand down the line by Pedraza. Has us back even. Oh, forehand over the baseline by McPeak flies long and deep. How quickly things can change. He went from 40-30 game point to ties up at 5-all. Now he's looking at set point against him if Pedraza can win the next point. Backhand by McPeak. Flies over the
Game in
baseline.
first set.
It's going to cost him the
Pedraza.
first set. Pedraza wins the first set.
6 games to
6
4.
games to 4. Great change of strategy by Pedraza. He started putting some air under the ball to throw off the timing of McPeak. That actually worked. Slowed things down. Made McPeak have to generate his own pace. Created a couple of errors. And those errors have led to Pedraza winning the first set. More when we come back.
Gentlemen, time.
Back here on center court, I'm Tony Whitehurst with the Westgate Tennis Center. Boys 14s. USTA Level 1 National.
Second set. Pedraza to serve.
We're on clay courts. The first set, Nicholas Pedraza came from behind and broke Colin McPeak to cash in on the first set, 6 games to 4. Pedraza will now start us off with a set in his pocket, trying to continue his momentum. Forehand by Pedraza
Love
goes
15.
wide. The difference in that first set was, I think, the last couple of games, Pedraza started to take some of the air out of the ball, hitting it more higher than he had earlier, forcing McPeak to create his own offense. Had a few more errors
Love 30.
than usual, cost him the set 6-4. But quickly, as he did in the first set, after being broken, McPeak stepped up, stepped in. He's now down, or up love 30 on the serve of Pedraza. Love 30. Backhand by McPeak flies wide. 15-30.
15-30.
Forehand by
30 all.
McPeak flies wide again. 30 all. That serve.
First serve.
We'll do it again. First serve.
No. 30-40.
Big double fault by Pedraza. It's not what you want at 30 all. It's giving McPeak yet another opportunity to break and go up 1-0 here in the first game of the second set. Forehand by Pedraza flies long.
Okay, McPeak. First game, second set.
First game goes to Colin McPeak of Indiana. He breaks serve. He's up 1-0 in the second. Back on center court, Colin McPeak just got a break in the first game of the second set. He's up 1-0, serving to extend his lead. Backhand by Pedraza.
15 left.
Catches the net. 15 love for Colin McPeak, who lost the first set 6-4. He was up in the game, his service game. But Pedraza changed strategy, put a little more air under the ball, forcing McPeak to create his own momentum. Couldn't quite do it. Was broken. But he's come right back. The first game of the second set broke Pedraza. Now he's trying to extend the lead.
30 left.
Big overhead by McPeak. He's up 30 love in the second game of the second set. Up 1-0. Forehand by Pedraza flies long. looks like he may have broken a string. And when that happens, when you're playing, you break a string on contact, the ball has a tendency to really fly on you. And I think that's what's happening. He's getting another weapon, another racket. 40 love for McPeak. Trying to go up 2 games to love here in the second set. Drop shot by McPeak goes wide.
40-15.
That's one you want back. Still up a couple of game points at 40-15. But even with that, you don't want to miss a ball like that. That's an easy shot for him that he should have been able to convert and already be up 2 games to love in the second set. Still up 40-15. 2 game points. Backhand again by McPeak. Flies over the baseline. It's gotten closer, 40-30. Still has one more game point to go up 2 in the second. Big serve by McPeak to the backhand of Pedraza. Can't return it.
1 game all, second set.
2 games to love, second set.
McPeak leads 2 games to love. Second set.
Love by Pedraza successful. Drew McPeak in. Took the volley and popped it over his head for a winner. 15 love for Pedraza. Big forehand cross court by Pedraza for the winner. 30 love. What I like about Pedraza is if things aren't going the way he wants them to be, he has no problem with trying to change his strategy. He likes to go to his touch and his feel to get him ahead. He has really good hands. He changes the pace, the touch of the match of the game.
40 love.
Has a sneaky first serve. It's not a huge first serve, but it's big enough when you place it to be very effective. 40 love right now. Trying to bring it into within 1 game. Forehand into the net by Pedraza. Still up 2 game points at 40-15. Forehand by
Pedraza.
McPeak flies wide. Game Pedraza.
McPeak leads 2 games to 1.
McPeak is still up 2 games to 1. He's up a break here in the second
First
set.
set, Pedraza.
We'll see if he can extend his lead when we come back.
Gentlemen, time.
Can Colin McPeak extend his lead here in the second set? We are about to find out with the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm Tony Whitehurst, your host. At the USTA Boys 14s Level 1 Clay Court Championships. Colin McPeak is up a break. He lost the first set 6-4 after being in a good position to extend the set. Was broken by Nicholas Pedraza. McPeak is now up 2-1, and he's serving.
Love 15.
Backhand down the line by McPeak, catches the tape, catches the net. Was not quite in position to go for that shot. Should have taken it back cross court where you have a lower net and given himself time to regroup for the next stroke. Down the line error. Love 15, he's serving. Big cross-court forehand by McPeak to tie things up at 15 all. Great play by Pedraza.
15-30.
He had drawn McPeak into the net, hit a beautiful lob over his head. First, I think McPeak thought it was going to go out, but it did not. Landed right in the corner. Couldn't run it down. $15-30. Backhand overhead by McPeak. Doesn't find the target. 2 points for Nicholas Pedraza to break back and even things up here at 2-1 in the second set. What I love that Pedraza did on that particular play, and actually the last two times that McPeak has approached the net, he didn't overhit the ball. He didn't try to drive the ball by him. He got the ball just below the net to force McPeak to have to hit up, which gives Pedraza another opportunity to hit a winning shot. He has. Now he's up 15-40, double break point to get back to 2-all here in the second set. Backhand down the line by Pedraza.
30-40.
Catches the tape. Tough shot. When you're trying to go down the line, you need to have enough time to truly set your feet, and specifically your outside foot, because you want to drive to keep the ball inside of that foot so it lands in. But when you get there late, like Pedraza did on that particular case, you don't have time to really drive the ball like you want to. It goes wide normally or catches the tape, which it did. He's still up a break point, though. Down the line
Pedraza.
shot by McPeak. Falls short, catches the tape. We're back on
Pedraza
serve
leads
at 2
3
all.
games to 1, second set.
Great
Correction.
strategy by Pedraza.
2 games all, second set.
And what I like that he's done, he's changed the temperature on the match. He simply put some air into the ball. He's forcing McPeak to have to generate his own pace. He's keeping him off balance with the play that he's implementing here on the court. It's been successful. He gets the break back. It's 2 all here in the second set. Fresh set to Pedraza, 6 games to 4. Pedraza serving at 2 all. Beautiful play, 1-2
15
punch
left.
by Pedraza. McPeak hit a beautiful down the line shot, but once again, instead of trying to rip the ball by him, Pedraza simply took something off the ball, dropped it below the net, forcing McPeak to have to hit up, which gave him another opportunity to hit a cross-court passing shot. He did, and he's up 15-love. Great approach by McPeak.
15 all.
Cross court. Too much for Pedraza to handle. 15 all. 2 games all here in the second set. Forehand by McPeak goes over the baseline.
30-15.
30-15 for Pedraza. Big serve
40-15.
by Pedraza. Too much for McPeak to handle. 2 game points for Pedraza to go up 3-2 here in the second set.
Forty, 30.
Double fault. Still 1 point to push his lead to 3-2, but you don't want to give away any freebies. 40-30. Big serve down the middle.
Game Pedraza.
Huge ace. He wins the game. He's now up 3 games to 2 in the second set.
Pedraza leads 3 games to 2 in the second set and 1 set to love.
So Pedraza forges ahead. He's up 3-2 in the second set. Won the first set 6 games to 4. We'll have more when we come back. How'd the match go, guys? You won? You won more? Where you guys from? Yeah, you played doubles here. You guys know each other well? You guys want to do an interview with me? Do an interview? I can do you both at the same time. Give me your name again.
Jerry Gaines.
Jerry Gaines.
Jerry
Okay.
Gaines.
What part of California? What part of California?
Oh, I'm from Florida.
Where are you from?
Bradenton.
But you guys know each other?
Yeah.
Give me your name again.
Time.
Did I say it right? I was trying. You guys play this double?
First serve. Fifteen left. Thirty left.
Guys ready? You stand here. I want you to just talk about the tournament and tennis and what you're trying to do, okay? And just talking to the microphone.
40 left.
You guys both in the main draw still?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, McPeak. 3 games all.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm Tony Whitehurst, your
Second
host.
set.
It's a USTA Boys 14s Level 1 National. We're at 3-all here in the second set. A match between Colin McPeak of Indiana and Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Joining me now is 2 of the main draw players, 2 very talented young men. I've been watching the whole tournament. I've got Jarrett Gaines from Florida and Tanis Kanduri from California. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. Well, Tanis, tell me, how's the tournament going for you?
So far it's been going pretty good. I wasn't feeling too good for the first couple of days, but now I'm starting to get my feel and playing pretty well.
Now, I saw you were playing a match on the other side a few minutes ago. How did things go?
Left 15.
I finished it out pretty comfortably, but I had a very tough opponent. Obviously, he was playing some great tennis to be in the round of 16, but I was able to pull out in the important moments, and I was able to secure the win.
What are your thoughts on the tournament?
I like this place a lot. The tournament direction is great. The commentary is great.
Well, thank you,
And
thank you.
I just love this place. It's a very nice area, and it's very quiet. It's very beautiful. So
15
it's
all.
just a privilege for me to be playing here at the site.
But I tell you, you're coming all the way from California, man, but it's been worth the trip, right?
Yeah, it definitely has.
Well, listen, hey, man, you're doing well. You know, keep doing your thing. And I'm bringing in now Jarrett Gaines. Hey, Jarrett, how you doing, man?
Good, yeah.
Now, you're from Florida. How did things go today?
Things went pretty well. I pulled out
30, 15.
a pretty solid match today.
Uh-huh.
And, the whole tournament, really, I was trying to get my feel, but now I'm starting to get it now.
So you're
because
getting
I'm
it?
going deep in the tournament now.
Tell me about your style of play. You say getting your feel. What does that mean as far as your game?
So, I like to maybe, when I come here, to feel the court, how it is, and I feel like I've been doing that pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, first couple of days, I said.
Had to adjust,
I
huh?
had to adjust, and now I'm
30 all.
feeling pretty comfortable in these courts.
But I'm assuming, though, coming from Bradenton in that area, you're used to clay.
Yeah, I'm used to clay.
Yeah. So what was the difference between what you're normally doing and what you were seeing here as far as the surface? You say you had to adjust. What's the difference?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's hotter here right now.
Okay, so it's the heat.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
So what have you been doing? We've been talking about earlier when we started today about making sure you guys are hydrated to be safe. What are you doing to make sure you're hydrated? Tell me about that.
Well, I drink some like liquid IV to
Okay.
keep me, hydrated,
30,
to
40.
not cramp or anything like that.
So far, so good with
Yeah,
your body?
so far so good with the body.
Yeah, but the
And-
key is you got to stay ahead of it, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you being from Florida, you're used to heat, but it's really hot, isn't it?
Yeah. Try to take care of your body as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very important.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, congratulations to you in your match, and we want you to, continue to do what you're doing. Denise, any final comments on the tournament or your play? What round are you in? What's your next round?
Oh, actually, we're both playing each other in the quarterfinals.
So you're playing each other, but you guys know each other, right?
Yeah, we do.
Well, that's great. Well, I'm expecting a great match, and let's hope you're on court
McPeak leads
one, so
4
I
games
can
to
do
3
your
in the
match
second
again,
set.
man.
First set, Pedraza.
Hey guys, thanks for joining me. Well, let me ask you, hydration-wise, I know yesterday you were having a problem with your elbow. What are you doing to make sure that you're safe out here?
Again, like what JJ said, I'm taking a lot of liquid IV, drinking a lot of water, taking a lot of energy gels. Just trying to do everything in my capacity to make sure I don't get a full body cramp and be paralyzed on the court.
Yeah, and and that's really important too, because of the simple fact you're focused on your strokes, but it's more than about your strokes. You got to be able to stand up and play, right?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of times people may have good strokes, but if they're not able to last those 3 hours for 7 days, then just the other guy will pull out a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just ask you this. I know you're playing this tournament. You've been watching much of Wimbledon at all?
Yeah, I've been following every score so far.
All right, okay, who's your player and who you got picked?
I know Djokovic's going to win, but I'm really hoping Sinner's going to make it through.
Okay. Should be a good matchup.
Should be a good match.
They had a good match last year, I think, at Wimbledon for a couple of sets. But that Joker is tough, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so solid from the back of the court.
Yeah, he is. And Sinner is, but he's coming. Sinner's young and up and comer, so we'll see what happens. Hey, Jared, step in here for a second. Now, you've been watching Wimbledon when you get a chance?
Yeah, I have.
Okay,
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Wimbledon?
I think Wimbledon's an awesome, amazing tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And
Who you got?
yeah, I got, honestly, Djokovic.
You got Djokovic?
Yeah,
Why Djokovic?
I love his mental game.
Yeah.
Like, he seems very, mentally tough.
Yeah. Are you trying to pattern some of your game after him? And if so, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I think I am. Just trying to, he's very balanced on the court. I like
Okay.
how he is.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, good, man. Well, hey, you guys keep doing your thing. Good luck in your next round, both of you, since you're playing each other. Thanks for taking a few minutes to talk to me. And hopefully
15
you
left.
get your match on court one, and we can let everybody see all this great skill you guys have, all right?
All right, yeah, thank you.
Hey, thanks for talking to me, guys. I've got Jarrett Gaines from Florida against Denise Konduri. Two really great young men, really good players. They're playing each other in the next round. It's the main draw. Looking forward to that action. Good luck to both of them. Back here on center court. Forehand goes wide
15 all.
by McPeak. 15 all in this game.
Fifteen, 30.
15-30. Oh, big overhead by
30 all.
Colin McPeak. Pedraza hit a lob over his head. Not quite deep enough. That was a big point because it was 15-30 in favor of Pedraza. That evens things up here at 30 all. Forehand by McPeak flies
30,
over the
40.
baseline, giving Pedraza a break chance. Oh, bad forehand miss there by
Game
McPeak.
Pedraza.
Gives Pedraza the break.
4 games all.
We're at 4 all.
Second set.
Golden opportunity for McPeak to forge ahead. Could not do it. Reeled back in by Pedraza. We're at 4 all here in the second set. That was a huge miss there for McPeak. Down break point. Had a ball inside the service line after a miss hit by Pedraza. Had the cross court wide open but could not convert. We're at 4 all.
Love 15.
Sweet inside out forehand by McPeak. Too much for Pedraza. Pedraza serving, but he's down love 15. All.
Love 30.
Oh, that's right. Love 30. Sorry about that.
Love 40.
Drop shot by Pedraza.
Game McPeak.
Doesn't work.
McPeak leads 5 games to 4 in the
McPeak
second
gets
set.
a break. Back. He's now up 5 games to 4 in the second set with a
First
chance
set,
to
Pedraza.
put it away. We'll see if he can do it when we come back.
Gentlemen, time.
Back here on center court at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Wethurst. round of 16 match between Colin McPeak of Indiana, who just broke back. He's playing against Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Pedraza eked out the first set, breaking McPeak to clinch it. McPeak has another chance to put away the set. The second set, he's serving for it, 5-4. First serve. Forehand over the baseline by McPeak, love 15. Forehand cross court by
Love 30.
Pedraza. Pedraza catches the line. Love 30. He's trying to return the favor as he did in the first set with McPeak. Love 30 right now. McPeak is serving. He's serving to put away the set. But right now Pedraza is stepping up as he did before in the previous set. Huge love by Pedraza.
Love 40.
The ball is close to the baseline. McPeak cannot get back and handle it. He's now down triple break point. At 5-4, he was serving to clinch the second set, but now he's up against it. 3 break points. First serve is wide. Big forehand down the
Pedraza.
line, draws a forehand error
5 games off.
from McPeak.
Second set.
Pedraza breaks back. We're tied at 5-all here in the second set. Great comeback by Pedraza. He really seems to counterpunch well when he gets down to break. He seems to just relax and do what he needs to do to get back into a game or a set. It's the second set in a row that he's done exactly that. We're at 5-all right now. Second set. Pedraza serving to go up 6-5.
Love 15.
Love 15. Forehand by Pedraza floats over the baseline. Love 30. McPeak is attempting to break back and
Love
try
30.
and serve it out. Once again here in the first set, he was up 5-4, serving for the second set. Could not get it done. Now he's trying to return the favor of Pedraza. It's love 30. Pedraza's serving. Backhand by
Love 40.
Pedraza floats wide. Love 40, 3 break points. 3 break back points for Colin McPeak. love 40. Great cross court
15,
down
40.
the line. Forehand by Pedraza. Still down 2 break points. 15-40. We're at 5-all here in the second set. Nicholas Pedraza, who's serving and down 2 break points, won the first 6-4. Double fault,
Okay, McPeak.
giving McPeak
McPeak leads 6 games
the
to
break
5
back.
in the second set.
McPeak now will try again to serve it out
Set
in the
Pedraza.
second set. He's up 6 games to 5. Second set, we'll see if he can do it when we come back.
Time.
Back to see if Colin McPeak can serve it out this time in the second set. He just broke back Pedraza's serve in the second set. Now he's trying to serve it out for the second time in a row. We'll see if he can get it done at 6-5. He's down a set, and very much so has to have this one. Win the round of 16 main draw. McPeak is serving. Forehand down the
15 love.
line by Pedraza. Catches the tape. 15 love for McPeak, 3 points away from putting the second set in his pocket. Pedraza's not happy at all. He knows he's blown some chances here in the second set to very possibly be serving for the match. But now his opponent, Colin McPeak, is serving for the second set, and he's up 15 love in serving. Oh, tough break for McPeak.
15-all.
The forehand by Pedraza catches the tape and falls over. McPeak can't scramble enough to get the ball back over. 15-all. Big forehand down the line by
30-15.
McPeak. Draws the error from Pedraza. He's now 2 points away from winning the second set. He's up 30-15. But the one thing I do notice about McPeak so far, he's being a little more, calculated as to his shot selection in this game compared to the previous service game when he was serving for this set as well. So he's had a couple of open court shots, but he's hitting a more higher percentage ball, trying to keep the ball into play and not make unforced errors. Right now he's 2 points away from the second set. Great
40-15.
cross-court overhead by McPeak to give him 40-15, 2 set points here in the second set. Hit a great inside-out forehand. Pedraza's response was a short ball in the box. McPeak stepped in, hit the cross-court overhead winner. Now he's 2 points away from winning the second set. First serve is long. Double fault by
40-30.
McPeak. You don't want to give one away when you're trying to finish up a set. Still has a set point, but you have to be careful. Both players are walking over to the towel to clear their minds as to how they're going to play the next point. Important point for McPeak. This is the second time in a row that he served to finish off the set. Was not able to do it the first time. Has another chance. It's 40-30. Set point. Great down the line swinging volley by Pedraza to bring things back even. He was able to get McPeak out of the middle of the court. Then he went to work, taking the short responses and hitting into the open court. He eventually drew the error with a down the line forehand. It's deuce game again. McPeak still serving to try and close this thing out. It was 40-15 just a moment ago. Now we're back tied at deuce. First serve is wide. Great forehand return cross court and short in the box by Pedraza. The ball kicked well outside of the court, putting McPeak immediately on the run. His response was back into the net. And once again, he's facing being broken after serving for the set for a second time. He was serving for it at 5-4. He's serving for it at 6-5, but a 40-15 lead now. Is a break point, looking at being tied at 6-all here in the second set.
What was that?
Oh, bad shot, bad play, double
Game
fault.
Pedraza. 6
He
games
really
all, second
tightened
set.
up the last 3 to 4 points. You can
Tie break.
clearly see it with his serve. Short arm the ball. We're back at 6-all now. Tie break, 1-7 by a margin of 2. Huge letdown there by Colin McPeak. For the second time in a row, he's been broken after serving for the second set. That has to play on your mind. So he has to hold it together right here or he'll be out of here in this match. He cannot be happy right now. This is a round of 16 main draw match. Pedraza serving first point of the tiebreak. Drop shot by
1-0
Pedraza. Hits his mark. McPeak can't get to it. 1-0 in the tiebreak in favor of Pedraza. One thing you can say about Pedraza, when he gets behind, he seems to really calm down and use his skill, his variety in his game, his drop shots. He uses his forehand on the service return to get a player out of the middle of the court, off the court even, and then he goes to work by stepping in. 1-0 here in the tiebreak in favor of Pedraza. McPeak is serving. McPeak is serving. Bad miss by
2-0.
Pedraza.
Pedraza.
Once again, McPeak takes the air out of the ball, forcing Pedraza takes the air out of the ball, forcing McPeak to create his own momentum. He was not able to do it at the end of the first set, and Pedraza's doing it again. And as of right now, McPeak is not able to step up to the plate and get it done. Ball catches the line.
2-1 Pedraza. Pedraza. He called it out, yeah? Yeah.
Score is at 2-1. Pedraza's serving. The official is going to get down and check the mark on this particular serve. It was very close to the line. It may have been in. We're going to find out right now. Mr. Hans has overruled McPeak on the serve. He called it out. The ball touched the line according to the chair official. Pedraza's point. He's now up 3-1 in the second set tie break, 1-7 by a margin of 2. Missed volley by Pedraza.
4-1 Pedraza.
No, mixed volley by McPeak. Sorry about that. Pedraza is now up 4-1. What he's simply doing is making McPeak play extra shots, putting the pressure on McPeak to come up with the goods. And so far in this tiebreak, as in the end of the first set, he has not been able to. McPeak is serving, but he's down 1-4 in the tiebreak. 3 points away from the win here in the round of 16 for Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland. Forehand by
5-1.
McPeak
Pedraza.
flies over the
Change hands,
baseline.
please.
It's 5-1 now for Pedraza. Every 6 points in a tie break, you switch sides. So McPeak was serving it 4-1. He gets one more serve on the opposite side, and then the serve goes to Pedraza. Two points away from a match win here in the round of 16 for Nicholas Pedraza. Can he get it done? We're about to find out. Backhand
6-1.
by McPeak.
Pedraza.
Flies over the baseline. Pedraza has several match points now, 6-1. One more point will do it. Nicholas Pedraza serving for the match. Second serve is long, double fault.
6-2. Pedraza.
Six two. Four more match points. Once again, the serve goes into the net. He's dropping his head a little bit too soon, so he's pulling everything down instead of keeping his head up and going through the ball. Forehand by
Game, 7
Colin
match.
McPeak goes wide. Nicholas
Pedraza.
Pedraza wins the match. 6-4,
Pedraza wins 2 sets to love.
7-6.
6-4, 7-6. Good match, guys.
Great match by Pedraza and McPeak as well. In the end, it was a variety in Pedraza's game that came through in the end. And what I really liked was when he got broken in the match, he reeled everything in, hit high percentage shots, putting the pressure on McPeak, that is, to come up with the goods, to create his own pace, to win points, and he was not able to do it. Good win for Nicholas Pedraza. It's a round of 16 match, and he moves on. More when we come back.
Match complete on court 1. Court 1.
Remember, see, you're home and you're good. Okay? So you're home, you're good. You are home. The green, that's right.
No, 7-6. No, 6-7, 7-6, 7. You have to make it count.
We'll do this one different. This is national. And this is championship. This one is championship. Good? Everything is championship. RC. Okay. Okay. Which side?
I can't fucking see it.
Yeah.
One more? Yeah.
Three minutes. 3 minutes remaining.
All right, we're back here at the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. Just finished a great match between Nicholas Pedraza from Maryland and Colin McPeak from Indiana. Pedraza came out on top, and he's here talking with me now. First of all, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Tell me about your strategy during the match.
Well, as you can tell, he had a one-hander, so just trying to mix it up, hit high, deep, so he wasn't really comfortable, and just not always to the backhand, maybe short angle to his forehand to keep him away from the court, keep him off the court, and then go to the backhand, maybe come in, just like keeping him on his toes, like go variety. That's what I was trying to do.
Well, it sounds like from what you're saying, you thought about this for a while, huh?
Yeah, because I played him a couple months ago.
2 minutes, gentlemen. 2 minutes.
Didn't end up going well. I lost 2-2, but it was a good battle, and I learned from it. So that's that's what's good about it.
Well, what's great with what you're talking about now, you have to basically readjust your strategy, but then be good enough to implement it.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, like you can think of a strategy, but it's hard enough to do it when the other person's hitting great shots like he did throughout the match. But I feel like I did a good job of just thinking of what I need to do. Yeah.
And what I did notice was that, when in doubt, you put some air under the ball to make him generate his own pace.
Yeah.
And you were very successful. I mean, the first set looked like he was going to win the first set, but then you slowed things down, got the ball in, moved him around, then stepped in for the kill. Is that accurate as to what you were doing?
Yeah. I mean,
Where's the third ball?
with the one-hander, it's very difficult to take it off the rise and hit a good shot off of it. He did a couple of the times. Most of the time, I feel like I'd be able to be on offense and more control of the point with it when I hit that good shot.
Well, fantastic, man. Great tournament so far. That's around the 16. You're up on to the next round. Your thoughts on the tournament so far?
Oh, it's great experience. I came here last year. I did a little bit worse in round of 32, but I really love the experience here, and I'm always trying to do better, always working hard, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about your game style. I mean, you talked about the strategy, but what's your game style?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Especially on
this
the clay
is
here,
the
when the ball jumps,
round
I try to
14
hit high
national
with spin
court.
a lot of the times.
round
That's
16,
just one of my strategies, and keeping it low and then trying to use the kick serve
man draw.
on my serve. Just a lot of spin, and to just keep them guessing. And then, yeah.
And one thing we've talked about this week is that it's hot out here.
Yeah.
So you guys have had to make sure, be proactive about hydration. What have
Yeah.
you been doing to make sure you're okay?
The day before, it starts the day before, I drink a lot of Pedialyte, IV, water, just the night before. So when I'm in the match, it's like it won't happen. Because as soon as you start cramping during the match, it's like there's only so much you can do.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. But I try to do it the day before, like before I'm gonna sleep, while I'm eating, before my matches. It's an all-day thing.
Well, that's why you're going on to the next round, because you took care of that business on the front end.
Yeah.
And now it's not a problem on the back end.
Yeah.
All right, anything else you want to add about your play, your tournament, or well, let me ask you this: you've been watching Wimbledon?
Wimbledon, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Who's your guy and who's your girl? Who you got picked to win?
I picked Rybakina, but she ended up losing last round. So I think
to Ons Jabeur.
Ons Jabeur.
Yeah,
I think
rematch of the final last
year.
year.
Yeah, rematch of the final. But I think
Okay.
Ons Jabeur will come up on top. I feel like
Okay.
she has a good game for the grass, and
Okay,
she's
well,
been playing really good.
She's playing Sabalenka.
Yeah.
Today.
I think she can.
Yeah, and Svitolina lost
Svitolina,
today. She
yeah.
lost today. But what's your goal with tennis?
Make it as far as I can. I'm always working to improve and get better, especially with my coaches here. You never know, but I always try to get better and always look forward to the next step.
Hey, man, that's a great strategy and a great attitude. Hey, congratulations today.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next round,
Yeah.
man, and thanks for taking some time to talk to
Yeah,
us.
of course.
All right, man, have a good one.
All right, you too. See you guys.
All right, bye-bye. Nicholas Pedraza won his round of 16 match here on court 1 before the match that's being played right now. Great young man, like so many of
15
these
love.
players, and you can tell he's a very smart player, very thoughtful. Like he said, he had lost to Colin McPeak about a month or so ago, 2-2. So he knew he had to come in with a different strategy. He did, but like we said, coming in with a different strategy, planning a different strategy, thinking about a different strategy, then being able to implement it and win the match. So that's something totally different. Well, he pulled it off today. Very astute in his strategy. I love the way he just went for high percentage balls, and when the match got tight, he made sure he got the ball in and put the pressure on McPeak to come up with the goods, who could not do it. So, Nicholas Pedraza won the match 6-4, 7-6. He's on to the next round. We'll keep following him. Congratulations. All right, we've got another match now on center court. We've got James Andrew Ross and Joseph Na.
40 love.
That may be Joseph now, I believe. And here comes some rain. Doesn't look like it's going to last long. May be able to cool things down just a little bit. We're on clay, so it can take a little bit of rain, as long as it's not too much.
Game. Ross, Westgate.
James Ross wins the first game. He's up 1-0. Back in a minute.
Now to serve. $15
Backhand by Ross is over the baseline on the return of serve. 15 for Joseph now.
$15 all.
15 all. Forehand down the
15,
line by
10.
now catches the tape. Forehand down the line by now for a winner.
30 all.
We're back to 30 all. Big serve by
40.
now.
30.
Gets up high on Ross's backhand. He can't handle it. 40-30 game point for Joseph now, trying to tie things up here in the first set at 1-all. Cross court
Game.
passing shot by now.
1 all.
Stays
Good
low.
game.
Ross pushes it wide on the volley. We're at 1-all here in the first set. Now held serve. Ross will try to take the lead 2-1 here in the first set. He's serving. Backhand into the net by now. 15 love for James Ross. He's a lefty. So what he's going to try to do as a lefty is to use the box with some spin and then mix it up with a flat ball. Great
Very
shot
low.
on the approach by Ross. Goes wide. Now can't answer with the forehand. Cross court barely misses. Overhead by
30-15.
Ross. It's too much for the baseline. Goes over. He's still up 30-15, according to our chair official, Sadi Hosanna. Overhead by Ross.
40,
Hits the mark.
15.
2 game points for him now to take a 2-1 lead against his opponent, James Now from California. Two very solid, tall young men. They've got a lot of pop in their game, both of them. They got big serves, a lot of variety. Ross likes to use his leftiness to create angle on his backhand. He hits a really good flat forehand. Joseph Now is a very good athlete with a lot of variety. Seems to like to counterpunch more than anything else, but he can step in and be offensive. Backhand lob by
Game.
Now.
Ross.
Goes wide.
Ross leads 2-1. Second set. First set.
James Ross is up in the first set, 2-1.
Number 1 ball.
We'll see if Now can even things up when we come back.
You can find. Yeah, he went to get it, but he can't find. We're going to get you a new ball. Okay. You found it. Done. Gentlemen.
Back here on center court, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. Round of 16 match between Joseph Now in the blue hat beautiful cross court backhand pass by James Ross. Ross is up 2-1 here in the first set. Round of 16 match, as I said. Two very talented young men with a lot of variety, a lot of athleticism. Very precise shots. The two-hand backhand by Ross is deadly, as you just saw on the passing shot. He's up love 15. Oh, now
15 all.
serve. Big serve by Ross down the middle. Too much for Ross to handle. 15 all. Big forehand down the line by Ross.
15-30.
He takes a lead here in the service game of now. 15-30. Forehand into the net
40.
by now gives Ross 2 break points. Now it's serving at 15-40.
That was out. That was out. It was out.
The ball is called out by the official, Sadi Hassana. Game for Ross.
Ross leads 3-1.
He edges ahead 3-1 here in the first set, breaking the serve of now. Backhand by now flies over the baseline
15
on the
love.
return. 15 love for James Ross. He's up 3-1 in the first set after breaking the serve of Joseph now. The backhand by Ross
15 all.
goes wide after jumping up off the line. He shanked the return. 15 all. Big shot by Ross down the line.
30-15.
In this matchup, you have a really good ball striker, James Ross, who likes to step in and take the ball on the rise. Against Joseph now, who's a really good athletic scrambler, plays great defense. But I think to win this match, he's going to have to be more offensive and step closer to the baseline to kind of match what James Ross is doing. Because as of right now, he's doing a lot of running. And with this heat, it can take a toll. But I think he's going to simply have to be more offensive if he wants to win this match Ross is on the far side in the white hat, and he's serving 30-15. Second serve. Great play by
30
now.
all.
Back to 30 all. What it looks like to me that now is trying to do is to stretch out Ross, move him around the court. Because once he's able to set up and step in on the ball, he's deadly. So now wants to keep him out of the middle of the court, keep him on the run, so he can take advantage of a weaker shot, as he did that last point. Oh, ball over the tape, over the net. Big point is 40-30. But sometimes when you do the right thing in that particular play, James Ross came in. He hit a let ball, but it fell over because he was in the right position doing the right thing. 40-30. Oh.
Deuce.
Anything you can do, I can do it too. Joseph now, his ball just did the same thing that Ross's did on the previous point. Hit the top of the tape and dribbled over. Back to deuce. Forehand by Ross.
Advantage
Flies over the baseline, giving now a break point. If you watch the court position of both players, it would tell you their philosophy on how they play. Joseph now is 2 to 3 feet behind the baseline. He can be offensive back there from time to time, but he's mostly likes to counterpunch. Joseph now likes to step in close to the line so he can take the ball on the rise and dictate. Break point for now. Super save. Tough luck there for James Ross. But that Joseph now is
3-2.
very fast player. Retrieves a lot of things, and he forced an error on a ball that James Ross had right in front of him. We're back on serve in the first set. More when we come back.
Time. Joe, if you want to fix the score, please. Thank you, baby.
Back on center court, Joseph now is serving. We had 2-3 here in the first set. Big forehand down the line goes wide.
15 low.
15 love for Ross. No, 15 love for now, that is, sorry. Sweet play by
15 off.
Joseph Ross. Came in on a low approach shot. Forced now to go down the line where Ross is waiting with the cross-court volley. 15 all.
Fifteen, 30.
Bad miss by now. It may have been thrown off because Ross mishit his previous shot. The ball was sitting up and now hit it into the net. 15-30 for Ross. Trying to break back. Bad return by Ross goes wide.
30 off.
30 all. Another bad miss
30,
by
40.
now 2 during this game. Brings Ross to break point. And now his ball flies over the baseline
Game
for
Ross.
the break.
Ross leads 4 games to 2.
Ross is now back up 4 games to 2. First set. Forehand miss by Ross.
Not 15.
Love 15. You're kind of surprised when he misses the ball like that. Looked like to me he wasn't quite up on the ball like he needed to be. Return
15 all.
by now flies over the baseline. 15 all. James Ross is serving. He's up 4-2 here in the second set. Return by
30-15.
now. Flies over the baseline again. 30-15. 2 points away from taking a 5-2 lead here in the first set is James Ross. Return by now falls
30
in.
all.
Backhand down the line. We're back at 30 all. Second serve. Forehand by now flies over the baseline,
40-30.
giving Ross a game point, which could help him extend his lead to 5-2 if he can convert. Ball was called out.
Deuce.
Deuce came. Second serve for Ross. Great passing shot by
Advantage,
Ross.
Ross.
Now simply didn't do enough with it. He went down the middle, but it wasn't good enough. Needed to stretch him out a little bit more and go down the line with that approach shot. Ross did not have to move very much at all for the passing shot. Looped it with his lefty hand and took care of it. Big serve down the middle by Ross. Gives him the game. He's now up 5
Ross
games
leads
to
5
2.
games to 2.
First set. More when we come back.
Time.
Let's go, Joseph.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. We're on center court, where James Andrew Ross is up 5-2 against Joseph Now. Now's trying to stay in the set. He's down 2-5. Precise passing shots by Ross has given him the lead. Once again,
Love 15.
a ball by Now flies over the baseline. He's down love 15, 3 points away from losing the first set. Beautiful
15
out
off.
wide serve. He hasn't had enough of those in his set to get him on top. But from time to time, he's able to beautifully hit a ball out wide and take advantage of it with his good athleticism and volley skills. Big serve down the middle.
30-15.
30-15. I think is now is going to win this set and or the match. He's going to have to be more offensive. Ball catches the tape,
40-15.
kicks up beyond Ross's racket. 40-15 for Joseph Now. Two game points to close back within 5-3. Still down in the set, either way.
Game.
Beautiful play down
Now.
the middle by
Ross
Joseph
leads.
Now. He needs more of that
Game to
if
3.
he's going to get back into this set. He's closed the gap within 5-3. He's going to have to do more if he's going to break the serve of James Ross, who's now trying to close out the set. Bad miss
15
down
love.
the line by Now. A Ross overhead was playable. He went for too much, tried to go down the sideline. Ball was wide. 3 points away from the first set. It's Ross. Another miss down the line off the backhand
Very low.
of Now. Ross is playing a very high percentage game. Stepping in, taking the ball on the rise, very close to the baseline. So he's dictating. When he has an open court, he's simply putting the ball there and getting Now on the move. First serve is back. 30 love, 2 points away from the first set. Ball is deep by
40
Now.
love.
Triple set point for Ross. 1 point away from closing out the first set. He's up 5-3. Big
Game.
inside out forehand
Third set.
down the line by
Ross.
James Ross. First set, he wins.
Ross leads
6
1-6
games
enough.
to 3. We'll see if James now can get back in this when we come back.
Yes. He's going to the bathroom. You want to go to the bathroom too? Yeah. Yeah. Trainer to court 1. Trainer to court 1.
Person's on his way.
Yeah, 16. You check it out.
Tennis at a tennis tournament.
Isn't it crazy?
It seems like we spend, especially during the clay courts,
Mm-hmm.
you know, more than anything. Which I think they should move them to April or May.
Yeah, I do too.
Change it up. Like, that's just me.
All right, we're back here at the Westgate Tennis Center. James Ross has just put the first set in his pocket, 6 games to 3. But now I'm talking to a legend, if you will. Her name is Melissa Clayton, and if you are a junior player, a parent, and you've been in this game for a while, they've been in it for 21 years, her and her husband Lloyd. Your game face. When my twins played umpteen years ago, they took their pictures, and they're good at what they do. And I asked her to come join me because you need to know who she is. Hey, Melissa.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Well, you know, it's a beautiful day.
It sure
You're
is.
in Dothan.
You know, you guys have been at this, your game face, for a long time. Tell me about your concept.
I don't know how many years. We started in 2001. I told Lloyd I'd give him 1 year to help him start his business.
Okay.
And so it's been 21
21
years later.
huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But somewhere along the first couple of years, I forget how many years we were in it, and we were just, you know, tournament to tournament, all that stuff. And at some point we started thinking ourselves less of like event photographers and more like historians, junior tennis
Exactly.
historians.
You are.
And it changed our whole thinking of how we think about it. Instead of just like, oh, we got you today at this tournament, we're thinking about we got your whole childhood, which is
There you
really
go.
quite a thing. The thing that they do more than any one thing, they play tennis more than practically anything besides probably sleep,
Yeah.
you know. So
And you're part of that history. How neat is that?
We get a big, huge kick out of it. You
Yeah.
know, like watching Chris Eubanks make a run for it. We have a
Absolutely.
photograph of him on our Instagram this week from 2005, little Mo, you know, with the little headband and everything. So we get a kick out of it, you know,
Tom
just a huge
Gentleman.
kick.
And it's awesome. I know Chris very well. I know his dad, Mark. He and I talk basically after every one of Chris's match. And I've seen many pictures on Facebook, young pictures about Chris. And
Yeah, for sure.
Like you said, back in the day. And it's great to see one of the alumni do well, isn't it?
We are like, we geek out over here, you know, first week of any major event, you know, we're watching it. We're even like watching like someone that just went pro and they're like maybe struggling at number 400 and we're like, come on, let's go.
There you go.
know?
Absolutely.
Second set.
Absolutely. Talk about the relationships you formed. I hadn't seen you in a while, and as soon as we saw each other, we just, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Catching up. You got a
15
lot of
love.
that.
Yeah, I remember the first year we did it, we were sitting in a corner at a Thanksgiving. It was a National Open Level 2 at Augusta, Georgia.
Okay.
And we were sitting in the corner by ourselves eating what they were providing, like a Thanksgiving dinner for us. And I looked at Lloyd, I said, oh, we're going to have to make friends. And, you know, the next year, you know, we were at that same tournament and we were sitting with people,
There you
enjoying a
go.
meal. And, you know, I can honestly say, like, there's
Very
some
well.
people we generally consider, like, true friends, but by and large the community of tennis altogether are quite lovely people. And you know, who doesn't, you know, it's always a positive interaction. Like what we're doing is we're taking photographs,
Absolutely.
you know, of your player, and there's nothing but usually good things to be said whenever it's circled around that, for
well,
sure.
the great thing is you're part of the family,
Yeah,
you know?
feels nice.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have been such a great part of history. You are part of my family
Yeah.
and my twins, and we have the best pictures we have come from you guys.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've got them on the wall at the house, and we've got the playing
Very
doubles,
15.
you know, the twins, and they're giving each other a high five. That comes from you guys.
Yeah.
And you guys have, you know, portrayed that history throughout this game of junior tennis. How does that make you feel?
Good. I think part of the greatness of the whole job is just being present, because, you know, like, I don't know, there's this tunnel at Delray Beach in Boca Raton at one of those
Yes.
sites, and like the kids walking down that tunnel with their bag and their
Yes.
dad or their mom or something like that. It's like you have to just be there and be present. And that's, so part of the greatness is not just in the photos themselves, but like being present for 21 years, you know, and
And
we
let
do
me
that.
tell you, it's so great that you bring this photo up. I was just telling my wife the other day, that's my all-time favorite
we
photo.
remember that photo like it
Yes,
was like
yes.
I mean we take millions and millions of
You
photos
do.
every year, and there's some that stick in your brain, and I have this all the time. People go, how do you remember that? And I was like, I don't know
What is
how
it?
it sticks in my head.
It's the coolest one you guys ever
Love it.
have ever done. And,
Yeah.
and I was just telling my wife, we were looking for it the other day, and I couldn't find it. She says, it's on the wall. I said, no, it's not.
You
She
pass
said,
it
it's on
every
the
day.
wall. So I went and looked for it because I wanted to blow it up
Yeah.
and give it to your alumni, my son Terrence, who,
Yeah.
by the way, got married in July. So
Congratulations.
You have
We're hoping
distance.
for a
Game.
legacy kid in
Westgate,
you know,
second set.
Well,
6 to 8 years.
You will, because his wife played tennis at Arizona State.
That's awesome.
He played at Florida State. So the kid he's out of luck. She's out of luck. She's a girl coming in January.
Congratulations.
She has to be a tennis player, and she has no idea, no clue, but it's already been ordained.
That's it.
But I love that photo because I wanted to blow that photo up and give it to each of the twins so they can put it in their homes.
Yeah.
Because that to me is just the coolest photo of
Love
all
it.
time. And we thank you guys once again.
Thank you. Well, we love what we do. I mean, otherwise, the 16-hour days are, you know,
Oh, yeah.
16-hour days.
Oh, yeah.
And I honestly, there's very few of those hours that I've not, you know, I've loved what we've done for a living, what we chose to do.
And
for
what
sure.
I really did love was throughout all the tournaments, our travels with you, Lloyd and I have had a million conversations on the court in
Yeah.
the middle of him shooting photos.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, you guys are too cool. We love you guys to death like everyone else does.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Keep doing your thing. It's awesome. It makes a difference. You're the history,
Yeah.
and we love it.
Thank you so much.
All right, anything else you want to add on the way out?
No, that's it. We'll, you know, keep doing what we're doing. We have our archive, and like what you were talking about, that photo, anyone that has that same idea, we keep every photo we've ever done for
Okay.
21 years. We had someone during the pandemic call us, and they said, from 2004, Eddie heard, I live in Brazil. I never bought my photos. Is there any way I can get them? And we had them, and we sent them to them. There was, there's things like that happen all the time. We have the photos. We are, we're
So
doing
folks wanted to call you up or go online to find them. Where would they go?
You can just give us a call at our phone number, 214-543-5437 for archive searches, or email us at yourgameface@me.com. And we have a QR code now for future events. Like if you're signing up now, we're already taking orders for like Kalamazoo, as well as hardcourts for boys 12s and 14s. So, we're out there getting it done. Most of the tournaments that we're going to be at have our link to it, so you can do that as well. But,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the history of the game, your game face, Melissa Clayton and Lloyd. And Lloyd, if you're listening, we love you, buddy. We miss you.
Hey,
Thanks
Lloyd.
for dropping by, doll.
You're welcome.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Okay. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Truly a treasure in the game of junior tennis is Melissa Clayton. She is one of a kind. She and husband Lloyd, they are truly a part of the history of junior tennis and two of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. And everybody knows them, because everybody needs the pictures, and they just become an extension of your family. They are truly cool people. Melissa and Lloyd Clayton, your game face. And if you need a picture from 2001, 2003, way back then, they still have them. Reach out to them. Thanks for joining me, Melissa. Take care.
40-15.
Back here on center court. 40-15. Great overhead by James Now.
40-30.
Nice lob, too, by James Ross. He didn't do anything wrong. Just a great athletic move by Now. Still game point for Ross. 40-30. Great shot by Now.
Deuce.
I think James Ross thought he had a winner, but the athleticism of James Now came through. He was going the other way, but was able to reach back and hit a short slice that dropped below the net. Ross hits it into the net, and we're back at deuce. That could be a big turn here in this game. Great down the line forehand by
Now.
Joseph Now. Terrific shot. He set up early, racket back. He held the ball, so Ross didn't quite know which way he was going, and by the time he decided that he needed to run to the far sideline, it was too late. Service out. Missed overhead by
1-0.
James Ross.
Now leads 2 games to love.
Now has made a comeback in the second set. He's now up 2 games to love after an improbable break. James Ross was well in control of that game at 40-15, but at this level, when you have an opportunity to put an opponent away When you put a game in your pocket, you better well do just that. Things change quickly out here. And now James now is up 2 games to love in the second set after a break. Lost the first serve 6-3.
Love 15.
Double fault. You don't want to give it back after just breaking, so you need to get those serves in. Double faults can really hurt you out here. Super crossover with the feet to hit a volley. Had Ross thinking he was going cross court, and then he changed his mind with great footwork and volleyed behind him. Ross's ball goes wide. Back to 15 all. Now has tremendous footwork. He's a great athlete. Forehand flies over the baseline from Ross. 30-15 for now.
15. Too late. Too late. 40-15.
40-15.
Game. Now leads 3 games to love.
Now goes up 3 love here in the second set. More when we come back.
Young man, there's a ball right there. Could you please get it? Time. Wow, that's the slowest pace anybody could ever. Fifteen love. 30 love. Thirty 15. Forty 15.
Good volley by Ross to the open court. 40-15. Great
40-30.
return by now at the feet of Ross. Too much for him to handle. Pushes the ball wide. Still a game point for Ross. He's down 0-3 in the second set after winning the first. Second serve. Oh, inside.
Ross.
Out forehand by. Now catches the tape. Game
Now
to Ross.
leads 3 games to 1.
Now
Second
is
set.
up 3-1 in the second set. Lost the first set.
I'm good. No.
15 love.
Backhand by Ross. Flies deep. 15 love for now. Backhand into the net
15
by
all.
now. 15 all. Sweet inside out forehand by now.
15.
Takes Ross wide. He cannot get the reply in. 30-15 for James now, who's up 3-1 here in the second set. Sweet slice cross-court shot by Ross.
30 all.
Running slice cross-court shot. That's about as tough as it gets. He liked that one himself. Big smile. Back to 30 all. Nice
40-30.
serve and volley by now. Ross had a pretty decent return, but the athleticism of now came through. Dropped it over the net. Oh, yeah, down the line winner.
Game.
Terrific.
Now.
Stepped
Now
right
it is.
into that ball,
Full game,
stepped through
2-1.
it, controlled it down the line.
Second set.
Nothing Ross could do. Now it's now up 4-1
Ross won the first set.
in the second set. First game to Ross. First set to Ross. Back in a minute.
Time.
Back on center court. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst.
Love.
Ball is out by now. James Ross is trying to get back into the set. He's down 1-4. Won the first set, 6-3. Serving at 15 love. Beautiful out front volley
Love.
by Ross. Knees down underneath the ball. Pushed it deep to the corner. Nothing now could do. 30 love. Beautiful down the line, two-handed backhand by Ross. over a very good shot from now. 40 love. Triple game point to close back within 4-2 here in the second set. Great down the line shot by now. 40-15, 2 game points still for Ross to try and close the gap.
$40-15.
Down the line forehand by now hits the net. Game Ross. We're now at 4-2 in the second
Now leads 4
set.
games to 2.
Now is up, trying to stretch his lead to 5-2.
Second set. $15 love.
Backhand into the net, off of the racket of Ross, 15 love. Now is serving. Forehand down the line
15 all.
by now floats wide. 15 all. Two shanks by now.
15-30.
Got lucky with the first one. The second one goes long. He's down 15-30. Trying to keep his break. Overhead smash by
30
Ross
all.
goes long. That could be costly. He was up 15-30. We're back to 30 all. A break for now. That really could have put now in a hole. He's back even at 30 all. Terrific inside out forehand.
40,
Just
30.
awesome. And it wasn't easy because he wasn't necessarily in the position to strike the ball as you normally would. 40-30. Second serve. Terrific shot by
Game.
now, just missed wide by
Now.
Ross.
Now leads 5 games to 2.
Now
Second
he's up
set.
in the second, 5 games to 2. We'll see if he can finish it off when we come back.
Time.
Back here on center court, James Ross, who's down 2-5 in the second set, is trying to stay in it. He won the first set 6-3. Joseph now has upped his game. He's trying to even things up to take it to a third set, win a round of 16 match. This is a main draw, so the third set will be a full set after a break. Ross is serving. Double fault.
Love 15.
Love 15.
Love 30.
Love 30. Serve is deep. Well, he's actually
You
giving
call that
him
one
first
net?
serve.
Okay, let.
Second serve.
No, it didn't land there. That ball was in. Now, the other pool, this here, it was very high. Let me do it. Okay, yeah, no, this one right here. That's what landed. Here's the mark for the first one. No, but I mean, you gave it to him. I'm surprised. I didn't see the ball. $15.30.
Apparently the official, Saudi Hassana, has overruled the call by now, giving the point to Ross. 15-30, he's still serving. Great half volley
30
by
all.
Ross. Evens things up at 30 all. Big forehand again by Nail.
30-40.
Break point for him, set point for him. What he's done in the second set is he's simply stepped in on the ball more, being more offensive, taking the ball on the rise and putting Ross under pressure. It has him at set point right now.
Game.
Second set to now. He
Once
takes
all.
it.
Gentlemen, you get 10 minutes
6 games to
10
2 of the
minutes break.
second set. We're now even.
and a new ball.
The first set goes to Ross, 6-3. Looks like they're going to take a 10-minute break. Within that time, they can go to the restroom, talk to their coaches, figure it out on their own. Either way, we'll be taking a break. We'll be back with the action when it restarts. you in Tallahassee? Okay, okay. How's it going? Okay. Yeah. Oh boy, look at here. It's hot, man. Oh yeah. Well, listen, man, it's hot everywhere. I'm in Dothan right now. I'm broadcasting at level 1. I'm here all week. I'm gonna send you the links. You can go on and listen to me broadcast live. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's doing the level 1, and man, yesterday the kids falling out, man. It was hot as heck down there. And we're just in Alabama, not even Florida. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. That landlocked area, man, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Everything going okay? Okay. How the kids? Okay. Okay. Yeah. You spend more time with them? It is. You'll do it. You'll get it. Yeah, that's what you gotta do, man. Just bust your butt those days and then spend time with your children. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. Yeah. And that's what you need to be doing. That's great. You will.
Time. Final set. Now to serve. Yeah. 15 love.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center is the final set of a round of 16 match between James Andrew Ross, and Joseph Ney. We split sets. Now is serving. He's up 15 love. 30 love now. Forehand by Ross goes over the baseline. A tale of two sets. In the first set, Ross was very precise with his ground strokes. In the second set,
40 love.
now is doing exactly what he's doing now, if you will. He stepped in closer to the baseline, being a lot more offensive. Was able to take the second set, 6-2. And he's off and running right here in the third set. He's up 40 love in the first game of the final set. Beautiful
Game.
drop shot by Now.
Now.
Takes the first game of the final set
Final
with
set.
4 straight points. We'll switch sides and see if Ross can slow down the Now train, which has been picking up steam. First set to Now, first game of the final set.
Y'all better watch. It's coming. The day is coming.
James Ross is serving the second game of the final set. Backhand down the line by Now flies long. 15 love for Ross. He's trying to slow down the momentum. Won the first set. Now came back in a big way in the second. $15 love.
Love.
30 love for Ross in the final set. The difference in the match has been a change of attitude by now from the first set, and much better court position, stepping more into the court, taking the ball on the rise, pushing Ross around a lot more, creating an array of winners. Right now Ross is up 30 love. Second game of the final set, he's down 0-1. Backhand flies long again by Now. must say we've gotten a break today because we've had overcast skies, which means it has not been as hot. The only concern is a possible thought of rain. We'll see what happens. But so far the conditions have been not nearly as hot as they have been the past 3 days. Which has been good for the players and really everyone. Big overhead by Ross to even things up here in the final set. 1-1.
Final set.
Big down the line shot by now to go
15
up
love.
15 love here at 1-1 in the final set. Beautiful volley
30 love.
by now. Terrific footwork. Changing from one position to a volleying position, a better position. Sweet out wide volley. He's up 30 love here at 1-1. Beautiful two-hand cross-court
30-15.
shot by James Ross. That's his bread and butter. He steps in on that backhand beautifully, hits a flat ball short into the court. Once he does, it's hard to deal with. 30-15 by now.
40-15.
A bad miss by Ross. The wind actually took the ball about 3 feet away from him from where it started. And with this pickup of wind, you're going to have to be really careful, more intentional about your footwork. You're going to have to keep moving instead of stopping and waiting on the ball, because the wind now, which is quite heavy, is picking up and moving the ball.
Game.
Same way there.
Now these two games.
Ross's ball moved about 2
Final
feet from
six.
where he thought it was going to be. He pulls the two-hand backhand deep over the baseline. Game to now, he's up 2-1 in the final set. Back in a minute.
There's a button there. Push that button to remove that black pad.
Back on court here at the Westgate Tennis Center. Now the wind is definitely a factor. It's blowing things all over the place. It's playing with ground strokes, pushing an official's chair was just pushed over by the wind. It's an X factor right now in the match, because you must keep your feet moving, taking smaller steps to keep up with the ball. If not, it creates errors. As Ross found out a couple of games, well, actually last game. very patiently waited for the ball to bounce on the overhead smartly. Ross did not try to take it out of the air because it's moving pretty good right now. Was able to put away the overhead.
But did you have to make it a while ago? Okay. What was the problem the first one? No, but what about the first one? Dizzy, lightheaded, about the same thing.
Got a delay right now. Looks like missing a ball or something. Not sure. Well, actually, it looks like we may have a medical. Looks like one of the players, Joseph, now may have actually thrown up. The trainer is on her way to him, looks like. We'll take a break, come back, and tell you what's going on in a minute. We're about to get some rain. Right now, Joseph now is taking a medical timeout, but as you look over the trees, here comes the rain. So we're going to have a stoppage of play, looks like, at least for a short time period. We'll be back when we can.